Good morning. How you feeling? Yeah, all right. Still fucking tired. Gherk's become a druggie. I'm not a druggie. JFresh just doesn't do the fucking data anymore. This will be up another $1. I know. I'm sure your leaps are killing it. That's why you're letting me know, right, Dork? I think it's a sector rotation. Could be. Is it the end of the world to get assigned on GoEV? I'm still a month out, but I'm curious about possibly owning it versus rolling. It's up to you. It's very risky. I will say that the company's prospects are definitely questionable. You're muted. Uh-oh. Is this de-risking VIX? Vega? Possibly. It's also after the VX expiration, right? So there's some well, that's fucked. Hold on. I'll have to fix that after. Oh, god damn it. Windows Update, you piece of shit. Hmm. There we go. Positive correlation on VIX is picking up. Dollars up. Yields are rocketing back up. Nice move on yields. Bulls are fighting for 5,500 like their lives depend on it. Seems stupid, but there it is. If by leaps you mean July, then yes. That's why JFresh isn't a mod. What do you think of A? I don't even know what the fuck that is. Atlantica Sustainable Infrastructure PLC? That's a big fat 438% payout ratio. I think their dividend's going to get wiped out. Who the fuck do these people think they are? Negative net margins over the last 2 quarters. And their cash flows are declining. It looks like dog shit. Who runs this company? Oh, they're renewable energy. That's why they don't make any fucking money. Thank God they're selling people steam. Oh, they're British. That's why. We don't hold British companies to the same standards as U.S. companies. I don't know how much of their revenue is just government subsidies. Up 50% on my EPAM call for October. Obligatory, wish I'd bought more. Does this bounce have any legs? Because I may DCA this momentum. It might. Let me see what it's doing. Oh, nice. Back to 180. Yeah, it definitely could have legs. Ooh, a solid reversal so far. Up 6% today. Cool. Well, if it breaks 180, it's probably on a good path to test 200, which is most of what I wanted out of it. What does writing options mean? Selling them. The ETF rebalance for XLK is selling Apple. Do you see big downs for the stock? Okay, for like the ninth time. The XLK movement and Apple ownership is not relevant. It's like $30 billion worth of Apple, or 0.002% of their total market cap. I mean, I didn't do it. Flock of Steagles did it, but yes. Yes, tankerific. Does the illiquidity of UCO options chain not disgust you a bit? It's kind of shitty, but there's not a lot of other options for leveraged oil exposure in equities. Given that some of you have told me that you're literally trading with like sub $2,000 accounts, I don't think you're going to be going long CL. Doesn't Apple still have like 300 billion in buyback this year? I think they'll be okay. It's a blackout period, all right? If I don't become a millionaire with EPAM, can I blame you? Sounds like your fault. Are you selling CSPs on Upstart at this level? No. Why would I be? It's at $22. God, you guys are greedy. Thanks to the AVGO play, I made 10% of my port in 2 days. Nice, man. kind of situation are we in here? This is weird. Support at 480. Why? Charm's a little negative on the 0 DTs. Delta goes negative at 490. So we're just trying to hold positive delta here. All right. VGO 1769. I didn't watch Trade Spotting before your stream started. My lord, don't put me through that again. It's not my fault, all right? I gave the quants new data and they're not putting in the work anymore. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey now. Those shills. Work in all caps? Yes. The quants are unionizing at the moment. I don't care. I deleted all my work from this weekend. You're welcome. Thanks, Atomic. Is Gherkin not rich enough that he can say nobody wants to work anymore? Gherk's using JFresh's version of fib retracements. I hope JFresh heard me say that because he fucking knows it's true. Listen, you guys take this up with each other. Right? I'm not gonna middleman this argument. Covering on GMA? What? Mm, 25 strike went in the money. I don't really see anything else going on. For 18th? Maybe. Let's see. Chase 15 3-3 from 6-4. There's a little spike in ARB there, but it settled almost immediately. It definitely still looks like GME is being shorted. Yeah, I don't think it's covering. Dixie up, gold up, 10-year up, oil up, VIX up. Um, but Nvidia's worth 3.5 trillion. Do you think Carvana might have gotten a little over exuberant, pushing 112 earlier? No, it's got range to move up to like 115. Who said fibs? Who did I have to punch? Don't let Dork crash the market. I'll try to stop him. Nice, Greg. Well done. How's Canada? Not holding 5,500. Bearish or just less bullish? Um, there's support at 75. Definitely a lot less bullish. Also kind of fucks the synth long, although that may have largely sold off at this point. Um, oh, there's a little support at 80. Downside's getting kind of choppy though. I would say pretty bearish if we continue to slip further down. Like 80's an 80 test is pretty rough. And we've already got like the 85 test today. Probably don't want to lose 80. I can see them defending that. If we get back over 5,500, they could push it all the way to 5,520. As good as my 5 shares. At least you still have those. The positioning above 5,500 out to 5,525, sell off a bit. Not that much. What would you do, Greg? What about the infinity pool? RC's buying $3 billion in Chewy. That's not real news. Just for a second there, I thought RC might not be an idiot anymore. If he bought back his previously unprofitable company. This FSLR found a floor. Maybe. not sure it's going to get a bounce back to 300. But it might be finding support here around 250, 260. That's literally where support is, so. Problem is if it loses 250, it's big fucked. When did Amazon Prime get doctor's offices? I don't know. Maybe they just bought some? Thanks, Brock. Did someone say Cohen buying back into Chewy? I work there. Let's go. Is Option Strat the most used recommended tool around these parts? No. It's a useful tool. My sponsored lunge across Europe has been canceled as I injured my TFL through excessive lunging and training. Will you sponsor anyway to save the bald children? I can't deal with this shit today. Any significance of GME breaking 25? Or does it really need like 28 plus to do anything? Needs like... I mean, there's not really any options interest further up on the chain anymore. So no, breaking 25 doesn't do anything. 25 is simply the lower support. It lets short vol sell more calls for more money. Fuck off, AJ. Morning, did you miss your AVGO exit, or do you really intend for it to dump further into Friday? No, I didn't miss the exit. I still think it could drop further. It could drop further today. It's not like it's exactly doing bullish things right now. AMD is looking spicy. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, that's a nice bounce. I feel like that's not very well supported. What was there news, or is it just like, oh guys, AMD needs to be worth more money because Nvidia is worth $3.5 trillion? Yeah, there's not a ton of options interest up here. Almost nothing past 165. If you go a little bit further out, there's still some like 170s, 180s left over from that last attempt at a bull run. But a lot of those are probably sold. Yeah, out into like July Opex, there's a little bit more options interest on the chain, but not a ton. That might change after today's 11% move to the upside. Sorry, $11 move. TSM still ripping. Huh. Not bad. I mean, I guess right now the options chain supports like $5 more upside, but this should be resistance right here. I think I might get stopped out if it goes above 1780 and wait for 0 DTE day. I see. You certain the VN on SPX is correct? What, from this morning? Yeah. Yeah. What's different from JFresh's numbers and the numbers you posted today? The numbers from today aren't JFresh's numbers. Is Netflix done for? I don't think so. It's still sitting at like 680. I mean, there's plenty of call interest to the upside still. That doesn't mean it's gonna get there, but there's definitely still a stacked chain. Food question: Prince Street Pizza opening up in Chicago. Is this good pizza? It's good here. Would you recommend? Thanks. I mean, it's kind of, they're famous for their like uh like grandma style spicy pepperoni pizza. I don't know what it would be like at one of their chain locations, possibly significantly worse, but it's good here. I mean, I've gone to Prince Street Pizza since I was like a little kid. It's gotten worse over the years. It's definitely overrated, but do you see SVX returning to GN during SLD? It's possible. It seems unlikely at this point, but I mean it's not completely out of the question. If SVX loses like 5450, it could start to pick up a lot of downside momentum. If it loses 5400, it's in bad shape. Like the ramp up in Vega exposure on the market maker is going to be significant at that point. But right now we're still very much above 5450 and way above 5400. Why is there high volume on GME 125 calls? They're selling them. They're selling as many as they feasibly can for any premium they can get out of them because GME will never hit 125. And that's how they make money. Any thoughts on what happens at Opex tomorrow? The largest ever in history. I mean, I feel like that's been true of every quad witching for the last, like, year and a half. Like, each one is historically the largest in history. Can you tell JFresh to stop predicting a market crash? No. I wish I could. Is there AMD news? Um, Not really. The news is that Nvidia's worth $3.5 trillion, and AMD's their only competitor, and they're only worth 268 billion. There's just not enough money. That's de-engineer. That's the problem. There's not even enough money for AMD at these or for Nvidia at these valuations, right? So it's just money's just getting pulled from other shit to go into Nvidia, which isn't bullish, right? It's just flat, and Nvidia's worth more from like a broad perspective. That's why breadth is bleeding. Like the other 493 stocks in the S&P are dropping, while Nvidia is still just picking up market cap. There was AMD news. No one gives a shit about their recent cyber attack. The stock is not up fucking 8% because the cyber attack didn't compromise critical business information. Do you know why? It's because the stock wasn't down 10% because of the cyber attack. What's up, Nuke? I have a thing. Cool. What is it? Ooh. Fancy. Hmm. Is that today? Oh. Oh, neat. I see what it does there. That's cool. Aren't you supposed to be in Germany? How do you don't know what I'm looking for? You're not my dad. It'd be really cool if we could lose 5480 here. Stop fucking bouncing. I heard this hockey is looking for the secret sauce. I mean, I might have checked, but ABX having a day. UGI too. Yeah, UGI's having a nice one. I saw that this morning when I got on the computer. Clawing back a little bit. Although this is like this should 22 should be support. ABX is the Canadian version of gold. Yeah, I know. I don't know why he's giving me the TSX ticker, but or why you are. The market does not care about cyber attacks on publicly traded companies. Now, severe outage or disruption of NYSE might be a different story because hashtag critical infrastructure. Miss the days when bad news would make stocks go down. I just assume if we get another Poland rocket, SPX would hit 5,600. So you miss fear. You miss the fear. Yeah. People aren't scared enough. It's a problem. Investors should be far less confident than they currently are. You know what Buffett always says? Be fearful when others are greedy. The tension between Pi-Fi and the cat would make for a better show. JFresh is the only one that's afraid. That's not true. Disliked, unsubbed, removed from my bookmarks, and printed, dipped in ranch in ceremonial fashion. I thought you already got your money. What are you worried about? You said the market can crash now. And also, I'm gonna keep buying all this Oxy. What else? He can't buy any of the other fucking oil companies. If being fearful when others are greedy means what I think it means, buying far out of the money puts every week, then Buffett's a liar. I think he's more referring to like transferring your assets to cash than sitting on the sidelines. Deep Batman voice, Christian Bale. Fear. Ah, yeah, I see. Are you selling any August 16 125 calls on GME? No. What are they worth? If you have the honor of ringing the NYSE bell one day, who are you bringing with you? And why is it all the Dans in the pickle costumes? Somewhere, I think there's a photo of me at a bell ceremony. Good luck. Has that been a stream card? I hope not. I'm jonesing for some fear and vol. If we don't get any soon, I might just pick a fight with one of the welders. The one with the choke me daddy forearms. Oh boy. You're not even going for the soft opening, huh? You rang the opening bell at Taco Bell? That would be awesome. I didn't know they had a bell. Cleveland Cliffs looking 6 months long. Steel hasn't been doing well. That's why Popcorn Trader is getting out. Yeah, doesn't look great. What are you expecting? China to come roaring back to life? They ring it by blasting it with hot sauce packets. Someone should get a Taco Bell and give it to Dork for his birthday. Huh. SLB is double bottomed, Dork. How likely is a 55.50 close? It was the only zero DTE I could afford. uh, Theoretically impossible. Same like SLB entry. The SLB entry was when it was trading at $42, not 45. So you're saying there's a chance? No, no, I wasn't. I pulled the ripcord on AVGO. I expected as much. I'm gonna be honest. I've pulled the ripcord on a bunch of it too, but it can still keep going. What DTE 100%? I can't be as degen this week until the degen port grows. Yeah, nothing degen about buying weekly AVGO puts for fucking $2,000 a pop. That's just responsible investing. What's the dealio with EPAM? They reduced guidance slightly after beating every one of their earnings for the last like 20 quarters. Also, people are scared about the war in Russia, Ukraine. Can Putin just give up? I need EPAM to hit 800. I need tissues. I have tissues. You're very sniffly. Yeah. Well, the cold's wearing off, but the allergies are picking up. EPIM was also called out as the source of recent data leaks of their clients' data on snow. So, we already established that data leaks are bullish. Greek's health is above DN, still below GN. Yeah. Pretty accurate. Not their own, their clients. I know. Bullish for Ticketmaster, not so much for EPAM. But it's not going to affect their earnings. They're just going to fix it, and their clients are going to stay right where they are. When the meatball hits the top of the lid, reverse Uno, the meatball's already smashed into the top of the lid. It's more of a pancake now than it is a fully functional meatball. There is a call wall at 5,500. When does the lid fight back? Maybe never. Yeah, charm's still pretty negative here. I'm not entirely sure we can get above 5,500 intraday. Like, it's possible in extended hours, but they didn't hold it, which is problematic. We are still holding ES like 55.60. But if we lose that, not a ton of support. I guess 55.40 maybe. And then nothing to till back down to like 55.20, the prior all-time high. Like, the call interest is there, but if they keep selling puts, they're just going to drive the MM longer and longer vol. It's a tricky situation. My broker won't let me sell 1,125,000 calls on GME with no margin. Absolute wankers. So look for another fail at 55. Wow, that's what we're testing right now. Oh, they got it up to like 55.05 earlier. Maybe towards the end of the day they can do it when calls get cheaper. Seems a bit rough here though. Interestingly, forward returns on SPX have been declining the last 3 days. So they peaked on Monday. Huh. Interesting. That's not bullish. This morning's high is a new high. Hmm. Let me check the market real quick. Does an Opex tailwind refer to excessive gas? I'm interested in joining the paid pickle, not a cult. Does Pickles Picks come with Dillionaire and Pigeon Whale or all tiers? It comes with Dillionaire and Pigeon Whale. Do any of you guys own a back scratcher? Wow, I didn't expect Jesus. It's called a fork. My wife. I don't refer to my wife as property, but I guess technically. What do you get with Supreme Pontiff of VWAP? 1 day with me. Saving up now. A day with you? Will we get glizzies from the dude that makes his own mustard? If you want to. What if wedding rings are just the polite version of cattle branding? Huh. That's some very modern thinking, baby well, Nuke. Could we tap 54.75? I'd like to. That'd be cool. You look well rested. I'm not. You ever put a wedding ring on a cow? No. I was looking at ES volume on the 1 minute, supremely regarded. It's up there. It's definitely an AJ move. Keith Gill's separated from his wife now. You don't know that. Maybe he's just been sleeping around and he forgot to put his wedding ring back on. Bear flag all day. Break up. Oh, that's a good question. Might not. Frank Wang, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah.
Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you out into the country club after the stream. Appreciate it, dude. Is he single? My wife needs a new boyfriend. My girlfriend would probably leave me if I lost 300 million in unrealized gains. 200 billion auctions at 10 a.m. I don't think anyone gives a shit about the 4 and 8 week. Or what is it, the 17, the 4 and the 8 today? The 5-year tips might matter, but I don't think the short-term auctions are gonna do that much. Others are also discussing technical analysis related to a stack called NVIDIA. Are you fucking reading the AI notifications from the Discord channels? Plus, he could have any woman in Brockton. Why would he restrict himself like that? Pretty sure he could have all the women in Brockton. Same time. Have you ever been to Brockton? DFE's old money now. He can start to go after the girls up by the Harvard Yard. Newport, California, or in Newport, Rhode Island? Brockton equals poor town in Massachusetts for anyone not from there. Although poor town in Massachusetts is kind of an oxymoron at this point, unless it's Western Mass, right? It's like when Gert goes to Brooklyn to pick up Latinas. You don't go to Brooklyn to pick up Latinas. You go to Brooklyn to meet Ukrainian girls. You go to the Bronx to pick up Latinas. Get your shit straight, man. Gert into Puerto Ricans when I can. 5K karaoke. I'm pretty sure that the girls who work at those places are just trafficked. What did you name your real doll? Dorcat? Isn't the SJX just creating higher lows and higher highs on the 1 minute? So you think it will just sit in this channel and be boring all day? That's very possible. Yeah, I mean there's still support under us. It's just hard to break above 5,500. We could lose the support. It's not that strong. Holding 5,500 would have been a lot better for the Bulls this morning. Losing it could be problematic. I sent you a status update before my departure today. Oh shit. Hmm. What the fuck is wrong with you? I hope you take some time off in Germany, Nick. What? I won't. I didn't think you actually would. I just hope you would. I'm on my last gallon of petrol. I mean, rocket fuel. All right. Take a day off and shake your blood up. You know, get it thinned back out. If you want, I found an energy drink that has 300 milligrams of caffeine anhydrous. Did you hear about Suez Canal traffic returning to normal? That's because it didn't. $54.87, $54.88. Wait, what? I'm down 900 today. Someone give me a play so I can break even. Hmm. Where did you get this meme? It's excellent. I sold SMCI at 920 and watched SMC guy go over 1K. Then I bought puts near its intraday bottom. Then I bounced and stopped out down $900. Ouch. Show meme. I'm bored at work. I'm bored and sad because I got told off for watching streams instead of working. So draw you deeper into the stream? I wonder if GoUV's price will ever go up again. Huh. I need to sell CCs on Fubo. Is it better to do it today, tomorrow, or next week? Generally, when is the best time to sell CCs? And how does Opex settlement affect this? On Fubo? Well, it's not under $1. And I'm pretty sure the $1.50 covered calls aren't worth any money. Why do you need to sell CCs? It's never lupus. How's liquidity on GoEV? A little bit tight. Looks like it's still getting some ETF shorting, but it's also moving into the R2K, so there'll be a lot more ETF liquidity soon, or there might already be. If we go 150 or like 3 cents, I feel like that's worse than the fucking commission. Just my cost basis being too high on Fubo. How high is it? R2K and other copycats need to buy GoUV as it enters. Yeah. You basically can't close Fubo CCs because the commission will eat up any gains. I haven't sold CCs on it since it went back under $1.50. The last ones I sold were at $1.50. When will GoEV become part of the 2K? After the rebalancing is done next week? 2,000 at 256. Okay. That's a bit high. You could average down. What's Fubo at right now? Like 114? If you bought 1,000 shares, your cost basis would go down to $2. If 2,000 at 258, if Fubo goes sub $1, I'm doubling down. Yeah, I think that's, I mean, that's kind of my plan. I don't really have a cost basis on Fubo anymore, but if it goes under $1, I'll probably average up to $1, or as well as close to $1 as I can get. Fubo's kind of trash though. Yeah, okay. That's, I mean, that's not unfair. But they're picking up subscribers and improving margins. I'm not gonna buy the whole company. I feel like it's better to sell CSPs, right? How much are the CSPs? There's got to be some like benefit to those over the call. 30-day CSP at $1 is fucking 4 cents. It's not even that much better. It's a 4% yield though. You can sell the $1.50 too, I guess. Riskier. The dollar covered call is priced a little bit more favorably. It's at 22 cents. But you risk losing your shares. Do you think oil's now priced in the Israel-Lebanon volatility? I think CTAs on oil are net short still. And they're trying not to get squeezed out. They're very close to getting squeezed out. Like if oil goes over like 82, 83, they're gonna need, like, those systemic traders are gonna have to go long. Commodities trading advisory. Risk greater than reward. So right now, if Fubo goes under $1, I can pick up like 15,000 shares and I get my cost basis up to about 28 cents. Keeps saying my some days GME seems to have negative beta, and next day it won't at all. First of all, remember that GME is in the Russell 1K, which isn't necessarily positively correlated to the S&P anyway. So generally days where breadth is underperforming, like today, GME won't move positively with the market. But there's also effects from depending on how much like Vega exposure or vol exposure there is on GME's options chain. That can have a pretty big effect too. Given that you don't typically hold shares, I have shares in lots of things. I don't not trades. I don't hold shares for trades. I trade options, right? But I I have shares in all kinds of shit. Have you have you seen my dividend port? I mean, yeah, I'll probably sell CCs on Fubo. No? Oh, it's in the value investing channel. Haven't updated it in a while. Although I haven't really changed anything in it in a while either. Will you buy back into KO at some point? I don't remember owning KO. I owned Coke, but not KO. And I really wish I hadn't sold it. It just kept going up. I've been a member for 3 years and literally did not know there was ever any talk about value investing. I have long-term pickles picks every once in a while. Did you just miss all of those? KO, well, yeah, KO is Coke, but there's also a ticker Coke. People missed HBM, and that's sad. That was a good one. It's still doing okay, actually. Fubo was a long-term pick. So was SRF. Yeah. It's better to sell when IV is higher. I mean, ideally, yeah. And that could be before Opex or just after. Generally on like short vol stocks like Fubo, it's after Opex where spikes in IV occur. Because that's when the short calls fall off and IV opens up a little bit, right? Good entry on how. It's not terrible. I mean, it's way above my cost basis, but I've been adding some leaps. I'm not buying any more shares on it. To be fair, FSLR was also a long-term play. I mean, it wasn't so much it was still a trade, right? Like I was like, oh wow, the options chain stacked. I'll just buy September's and see what happens. About shorter dated calls as it started running really fast. And in all fairness, it really should have taken it a lot longer to get to $300, right? Just in Tim for the bets drop. YouTube monthly channel subscription limit is $500 now. Yes, that's awesome. Thanks for letting me know, Wabi. Guys, Dillionaire is going up. Ban. Are you overall bearish? I don't think the macroeconomic situation is healthy. Oh no, inflation. Change his name to Wapork. I think he retracted his own message. Oh, this is excellent. I just need AVGO to lose 1750. Why does it even have fucking support here? There's no options here at all. Ah, nuke. Oh, it's so much easier to use. I like that. That's the good stuff. Bullshit support. I thought you were gonna trash talk AVGO. Oh, because you're out? I mean, I'm not gonna do that until my 1730 goes in the money, right? One DTE 1800p. I don't know. I couldn't. No, that was definitely the right choice. $50 in the money is $50 in the money. I closed most of mine already too. Okay, we got a lower low here. Shitty bounce. If this bounce gets rejected, we might actually get a continuation. I don't know. I don't even remember the last day we got a downside continuation. It feels like a fucking myth at this point. Dude, what is going on with EPAM? Damn, Enphase lost 115. Dude, EPAM's just roaring. That's nice. I wonder if Nvidia will ever drop a couple hundred billion in market cap. Ooh shit. Nvidia's under 3.4 trillion, guys. That's it. AI's dead. I'm not sure if they caught the knife here or not. This is a tricky situation. Vol's still above 13. If they can get it back over 54.95, they'll be good, but I don't think 54.90 is enough. Support's pretty slim here. Charm's still negative. And Delta goes negative at like Is that fucking old? God damn it, dork. Does IWM have some downside room if it drops below 200? A bit, yeah. Counterpoint, yen dead. The yen is deeply fucked right now. It's very bad. It's almost at like 159. Yeah, the yuan's not in a good spot either. They kept their midterm lending facility the same last night too, which is causing another run up in metals. No, precious metals. The BOJ is going to slow the pace of their JGB buying at the next meeting. They already announced it. Market crashes happen on it's after Opex. Markets can't crash till after Opex. That's the rule. It's not a real rule. I just made it up, but it's applicable. If we slip 5480, what are the resistances? Hmm. I mean, 75 a bit. Not very much anymore though. 75.70 where those longer term short calls were that we squeezed, like, well, we didn't really squeeze but broke above on Monday. Under that, it's a pretty straight drop into 54.50, 54.40. Hmm. I think Delta's still negative here. Yeah, VIX is picking up a bit. It's difficult to sell vol here. If you had to guess when this all comes crashing down, when do you think that would be? I'm tired of all these ups. It's time for some bigly downs. Hmm. We're very overbought right now. Things are things get pretty shaky up here, but there's enough room for short vol to de-risk. I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna actually need like any kind of catalyst, or if we just have enough catalysts. Could SMCI drop hard by tomorrow? I have no idea. I don't really pay attention to that stock very much. Let's see. Tested 1,015 today. Low of 950. Gamma max is at 962. Still quite a lot of positive delta. I could definitely pull back to 950. There's not much support beyond that. 950 to 900 has a bit of support. Yeah, a little hard for it to drop through 950 to 920, but 920 to 900, not very much. So yeah, I would say downside support at 950 and 920. Those are both pretty important levels. The fact that the options chain is so blown out, yeah, I think it's possible to pull back. I don't know if it's gonna do it by tomorrow. Might take a few days for that to all break down, especially probably past expiration. Charm's very positive, which should stabilize it. Both. I mean, CTAs aren't even buying anymore. They're like maxed out. They've been maxed out since we hit like 5450. I don't think any entry is a good entry on DJT. You could try it. You're gambling with dementia, though. I feel like that's unpredictable. Wouldn't France bonk global economy with a baguette? Yeah, tips auctions at 1 p.m. What downside gap? The one from this morning was already filled. French oats came in hot. No shit. Pump until their risk expires out of the money. I mean, that's the dream. Hmm. So we still have negative delta here. Not getting back to positive on this bounce. Very close though. Hmm. God, ABG is so blown out. What's this about French oats? Obligation Assemble du Trésor. It's the French government's chosen method of planning their long-term debt. I prefer Quaker oats. There's no Quakers in France. Well, at least not that I know of. Futures made a lower low. There has to be a drop at some point. There's some potential. I don't know. NQ's still kind of resilient. I'd rather see a failure on NQ or Dow right now than I don't really give a shit about SPX. We did lose the 55-60 level, but we probably wouldn't pick up sellers, or at least a lot of sellers, unless we hit like 55-40. I think it's more important that we see breadth breakdown. Building permits were down quite a bit this morning. Current account is dog shit. Housing starts are way down. The housing, like home builders sector, is getting hurt. Also, Philly Fed manufacturing fell. Jobless claims also fell. Really, really nothing good in the data today at all. CAC 40 went up by 103 points. Top gainers: Cap Gemini, Unibill, Rodamco. We're getting a fucking risk on back out of US bonds. Damn, the dollar is just rocketing. Are they steel cut? I don't think so. If the French government is having problems with their debt, maybe GME could pay back their loan. I have 545 SPY put expiring July 15. Would you say that's a fairly safe position? I'm trying to be smart with my choices. I don't think it's that unsafe. You are bleeding. You're going to start bleeding a little bit of theta. If well, you're kind of already are. I think you're just under the 30-day mark. But there's probably, I mean, depending on when you bought it, there's probably a good chance it'll be worth more than you paid for it. That's on Kikkoman soy sauce ice cream. Ew. What? Low sodium? What does that even mean? Steel cut oats. What else is there? Aluminum, lead, rolled oats. Oh, yeah, there you go. Frank Wang popped in. I'm placing 0 DTA options. What kind of things do you look for before pulling the trigger? That's a really broad question. Do you want to be more specific? What's the meaning of life? I mean, I guess the easy answer there is an entry setup. So I'm looking at either a level of support or resistance where I think that, you know, there's going to be a continuation in price action and direction I'm buying into. Why is 5560 so strong? I think because the MM's still hedging that synth long. But it's gotta be breaking down at these levels. I don't really know if it's supportive at this point. I think, well, people use TA incorrectly, right? TA should be a risk management tool and not a way to try to predict the future, because it doesn't predict the future, at least not accurately. Um, I think very few technical setups have any kind of significant statistical reliability. I mean, like the closest it gets is like MACD on the daily, which is like 74% ish. SPY does its dividend tonight, so don't be shocked at 8 p.m. when it drops $8. Also, be careful of puts and calls. The drop is priced in. They do their dividend tonight, don't they? Or wait, no, isn't it tomorrow? I thought it was on Friday. No, actually, 85 is the support here, not 90. They need it back above 95 in order to shake off the negative delta. There's no market maker support here on the 0 DTE. And they're trying to keep it at levels where they continue to have market maker support. There's obviously some short vol de-risking going on, right? That's bullshit. The all patterns breakup TA developed here was amazingly accurate. Does GME closing above 25 today mean anything from an options standpoint? No. No, most of the exposure there is bled off. Psychologically, maybe it could drive more buying tomorrow when there's 0 DTEs, but I don't think mechanically it makes much of a difference. We may still see covering through the like 15C3-3 extensions, but that goes out until next week. That wouldn't have anything to do with the options chain, though. It could pressure the options chain, but SPX RSI over 77 on the daily. Yeah, we know it's up. You can just look at the chart and it'll tell you that. God, I hate RSI. Stotch isn't bad, but regular RSI is stupid. What do you think Diffie sold? What do you mean? He has like 9 million shares. I hope he sold. I hope he made some fucking money. Or at least sold like $20 covered calls. I've been away for a bit with work. Has the stream been invaded by folks realizing the cycles exist? They've always existed. I feel like that part's been pretty undeniable. Oh. The fuck, EPAM's starting to break away from 180. Still has been a little bit higher to break resistance. Nice. A pretty quick accumulation. Let's see if we lose the 85 support here. Nice, Adam. Golden orange peel level, which means compared to a seashell showing us the jizzing unicorn shooting star Joji is coming. Up, down, or sideways? Excellent analysis, Doric. Oh, fuck. The video just lost 100 billion in market cap. Not enough. Jesus. All the way down to 54.75. Rough. Nice. Vega puts are ridiculous. They're doing well. First time. Big vol short there. This doesn't feel bullish. Hmm. No, this can keep going. If we lose 75, we can go to 50 or even 40. Futures is like actually breaking down now, and it'll start to pick up sellers if it falls under 55.40. Which could mean like a retest at 5520 or even 5500. And that's like what would that be? It would be like yeah, like 5540 to 5430 SPX. Like this is probably an effective SLD, but we're also very, very high above GN. So how bad could this get? If we break like 5450 today, the MM will go long Vana. And then there's probably no stopping the sell-off at that point. That's my day trade done. Interesting. All right, I'm gonna close the rest of my AVGO. Sorry. Can this keep going? Yeah, it could. Taking profits? Who are you? A professional trader? Yeah. Okay, bud. EPAM with some negative beta. What the fuck is going on there? I think EPAM's just hitting those calls. It doesn't give a shit. $56. 30,000. Hmm. It still drop further. $63. Support here is kind of questionable. I guess if it regains 70. $70.75 would be better. Ooh, we failed to break back above 70. That might be the next leg down. Correlation's breaking down pretty fast here too. USD JPY is getting levered to the tits again. Breaking up over 8.3x. What's the forward yield on vol looking like? Ooh, that's moving up too. It's moving straight up. It'd be very cool if VIX would go into backwardation with the contract in front. You picked up a bunch on Tuesday. Breath got kind of capped out. That's interesting. Dixie's fucking killing it right now. 105.60. It's resistance. Not gonna lie, I got SPX spreads on Monday. We ripped. I was down. They're now up on this drop. Sell side so schmexy. If you're not selling calls above Gamma Max on the SPX, what are you doing with your life, Carl? Where does the want it? I think that depends on how much further we drop here. Closer to 54, 85, 90 would be ideal. But if we fall below, 54.50, the MM's just gonna want to sell everything. So matter much. Another rejection here would be great. Yeah, as long as we don't get back above 75. If we get back above 75, I'd probably get enough put capitulation that the bulls can get it back up towards like 90, that 90, 5,500 range. God, AVGO is fucking awesome this week. Can I get you any FTDs again? I just got to use Atomic's Carl proof query. Damn shill. Protecting database integrity. Excellent. I'm still holding on to your end of month, June 54.25 Ps. You mean the dead straddle leg? Yeah, I still have them. I did get to close Tuesday's straddle at the top, though, which was nice. And here I'm about break even on Tuesday's puts. I'll probably close them if it bounces any higher, though. Those expire tomorrow, so I don't want to sit in them for too long. A bounce failing here is just too good to be true these days, it seems. What? It's SLD. This is this is how we do. Just don't assume that the market's gonna drop 300 BPS, right? Because we're still above delta neutral. If you take away your preconceived notions of SLD, it's still very profitable. I think the problem is that like everyone got hooked on, being in a bear market and SLD being like 400 to 500 basis points every month. Um, but uh, when you're above GN, it's more like 50 to 100. My 5450 put I got this morning's heating up, but you know, greed. Careful. This is the 75 test. Definitely where we'd want to see things fail. And we've dropped enough that they should be able to sell vol here. The question I think really is, are they going to oversell it again? The problem with selling vol here when we're in a negative gamma environment like this, well, like on the 0 DTE side, we're in a negative gamma environment, is that you push the market maker's hedge further out of the money. So it becomes harder to like actually regain positive delta. Take profit bounce incoming. Either that or another rejection. But this is definitely a crucial price. Dick rocketing Microsoft. I know. Microsoft's been the go-to lately for cock rocketing the market, which is weird. You'd think they would just lean into Nvidia harder. Unfortunately, Microsoft has been accumulating a lot of sold calls at 445. Looks like we're going to get the 80, 85 test, maybe. Still got to sell more vol. Pounce, bears. This is your time to shine. Bears always selling puts when they should be fucking full porting them. It's the worst. Could AVGO keep dropping? Yeah, it could. I mean, I'm out. I only had weeklies, so it's not like I was like long short or anything. But there's very little support down here. Like if AVGO lost 1720, 1700, it's gonna drop back to like 16 quick. 2 grand day and counting. Nice, Willie. Congratulations, man. Could you give a quick rundown of what SLD is and when it happens? Supplemental liquidity deposits for FINRA prior to the Opex expiration every month. It occurs from the Wednesday previous to Opex to the Monday morning following Opex. Oh, fuck you, trash. You made all that up. Yep. Sounds cool though, right? Sue me? Sometimes I want to know things. You already know when SLD is. Don't be coy with me. I prefer nothing more than talking mad shit to Gherk on days he made 5 figures. I didn't make 5 figures today. Well, below. Sometimes I like to swallow coins and send them a piggy bank. Unrealized? Some of it, yeah. Some of my Vega 2Ds are up, but I haven't closed them. Genuinely asking, is SLD always before Opex Friday? Yep. Margin requirements are increased around the options expiration, the monthly options expiration. So basically, hedge funds, active funds, they're going to have to deposit money in order to meet margin requirements. And usually, since they try to stay at max leverage all the time, that requires them selling assets. So, above gamma neutral, when the market maker is supportive of price action, that just usually means like a lot more volatility, right? Like you get bigger downside moves and stuff like this. Below gamma neutral, however, when the market maker is actively selling into the selling, you can get really substantial breakdowns in price action. Peter Fields, are you long the SPX at 55.50? Because you seem to be having some sort of panic attack. We're told that the cop who pulled Timberlake over was so young that he didn't even know who the 10-time Grammy winner was. He didn't recognize him or his name, our insider says. A second source adds, Justin said under his breath, "This is going to ruin the tour." The cop replied, "What tour?" Justin said, "The world tour." Son of a bitch. Imagine not knowing who Justin Timberlake is. JT needs to step his game up and bang Taylor Swift. I know he's out of her league. I'm back. Did I miss my AVGO exit? Probably. Might get another one. If this pulls back under 75 again, we're back to Beartown. If you're selling CCs for an underlying, do you sell CCs against all of your shares or only some of them? Ooh, that depends. Sometimes some, sometimes all. I guess depends on how convinced I am that the price is going to go down. Also, I mean, depending on the stock, if there's liquidity to support me selling CCs on the entirety of my position. No one is out of your league when you're a billionaire. That's not true. I know poor girls that wouldn't fuck Musk. He looks like a flesh-colored bag of wet laundry. But you don't know any horse girls that wouldn't. Why is Fubo priced for bankruptcy? Because they decided to sue Disney instead of pursuing the Latino market. With SLZ ending Monday at open, do things normally bounce after? Depends. In this scenario, are we still above gamma neutral? In which case, sure. Yeah, I know. Just why are you trying to scare it, man? We lost 75. We re-entered the bear zone. But if you talk too much shit, it's gonna bounce here instead of failing. I know what oil's doing. It's getting ready to squeeze off some shorts. Damn, slapping Bob with that 1800-second timeout. What did he say? Dork, if Elon Musk paid off your college loans, you'd fuck him. Some dumb shit on Discord? Oh, okay. SPX down 5% tomorrow. EPM up 20? My one wish. That seems counterintuitive, but I like it. The overlap of Latinos and Disney is huge. I feel like Encanto is way too meta right now. CLWTI. Yeah, I know. Did you guys not read what I said in Pickles Picks last night when I was like, I'm gonna go fucking long oil because CTAs are gonna get squeezed? Why do you always enter shit like way after the fact, Thunder? You either enter way too early, like you'll buy right at market open, or you're like half a day late. You're like, oh man, this already hit Gherk's price target. Time to go long. I think you do this to vex me. It'll be something like long cat. If it opens above 325, it'll open at 310 and you go long. Why is this so hard for bears? Are they dumb bears? Well, bears are fighting back against the right now. It's not the easiest position to be in. Yeah. What's the PT for UCO? No idea. Up? I'm not a witch and I can't vex anything. How's 1% up too late? I can wait for the top if that's better. Uh, Peter Field says he's buying the dip one more time. I'm banning him. He's just excited about the generational buying opportunity. I understand. Appreciate the call out on EPAM. No problem. I just needed to go up $30 more in the next month. All of tech just committed to AI. It will take more time. The top is formed when the last buyer is in. No, I have shares of EPAM too. I have some 180 calls also, but not very many. Its options market is wildly illiquid. It used to be a lot better. Well, until they got rid of it. Chances of Beyond testing $6. I feel like there's a pretty good chance Beyond falls to $5. Do you have any target or analysis? No, I didn't do a write-up for EPAM. Options positioning on it's targeting like 220 by before earnings. So I was just like popped up on the stream one day and I fucking went long. Look at these fucking returns on my AVGO position. I've broken I've broken options strat. It doesn't know what to do with my $0 cost basis. The profit loss is like way less interesting, right? But
How's the tips auction? I don't have. I guess I have all the data. High yield 2.054 versus 2.074 pre-sale. So still pretty elevated, but slightly above the 2% target for 5 years. Bid to cover was 2.52, which is shit. They only sold 21 billion, but 87% of the bids awarded at the high. So bond market's still cautious of inflation. Although not as bad as the last tips auction. But still way above the Fed's target. I believe you said the intraday gaps don't really matter for SPX. Not so it depends where they're positioned. Like that gap kind of matters because it's right at the money. But if they fall like pretty far out of the money, then no, they don't have a lot of relevance. I mean, gaps generally just don't have a lot of relevance. They're more psychological than anything else. Gap theory is stupid. Market makers take losses all the time. That's why they hedge. If market makers are given the opportunity, then yes, their hedge can encourage price back towards a gap. But that's just an effect of how they hedge, not like an intentional filling of a gap, right? We can get another leg down. We refailed 75. That was the whole thing. If we fall back below 75, we can go down more. GPL loves stagflationary expensive eggs. Helps his hemorrhoids. So here, let me just I just want to point out that the Fed's goal, and I feel like this doesn't get said enough on FinTwit. The Fed's goal is 2% growth, 2% inflation. Right now we're at like 4 and 4, 4 and 3. When's the last time you drank hand sanitizer to blast off? Never. There was one day during the pandemic when I was thinking about it. I didn't do it though. I was like, well, I wonder how fucked up I could get if I just ate a bunch of hand sanitizer. Those were dark days. I'm a social butterfly. It was hard for me. I saw wait, what? Did I say something confusing? I saw a screenshot of Costco selling a whole shelf of 2014 Romani Conti for 40K. Does this make you want to short it more or less? More. Yeah. Centaurs don't fare well in captivity. It's true. Thanks, Jade. I was wrong about the stair step up for the rest of the day. What were we gonna stair step up into? We were already at Gamma Max. And we opened above VN. I mean, it makes sense to at least pull back to VN, right? The problem with pulling back to VN is that things get a lot more bearish down here. What's the next support on SPX? If we keep getting a continuation, 50 and then 40. Does anybody else have naked calls on GME at $20? Did I fuck up? Maybe. Long Vana at 50. Well, that target moves. Right now it's like 55. I don't like the double bottom. Did you ghost DFV after you sold them? No. I actually waited till he was out and then I sold them. I'm up a little bit. I could technically close them today. It shouldn't be too bad of a return. The vol on them hasn't crushed that much though. Fuck me, dude. SLB's a juggernaut. Alright, now that I said it, it's time for the 4% drop. Okay, I just don't want to hear the nonsensical shit in chat. I banned so many people that are just having conversations with themselves. It's like sitting on the bus next to an insane person, right? Except you can ban them. Sorry, Peter Fields. You'll have to create a new YouTube account. Yep, AJ is here. It's okay, I'm gonna increase the price of his Dillionaire subscription. Must be nice to be the bus driver. Let's be honest, Dillionaire should have been $500 all along. Hey, you didn't adjust for inflation. That's on you. I felt bad because people were using Apple Pay. So they were just paying $5 more a month for Dillionaire than they had to. And I figured I would just let Apple keep stealing the profit. Charm is still negative here. You don't feel bad about anything? That's not true. I have feelings of... Maybe you're right. Schadenfreude. Yeah, disdain's not a great feeling. The devs of the game Factorio had a fixed price of always $30. They changed it to 35 to adjust for inflation. Interesting. I mean, but if I change it to $30, that's like $3 more for Google, $2 more for me. It just, I don't know. Doesn't seem worth it. I'm not Dennis from Always Sunny. I'm not a psychopath. I've been checked. Farmville's a pigeon whale, actually. He's pigeon whales don't have to worry about inflation. If you reduce the price, the chat will make up the difference in donations that Google doesn't get their hands on. I could actually switch all of the membership over to Ko-Fi and get 100% of the money. But it's really, like, time consuming. It would take 6-7 hours. Not only that, but I made money today. 2.5x my port. Nice, Farmville. Well done. I have to rebuild this port after blowing it up last week. It's cool. We're back up $2,000 already. Be even better if EPAM went to $210. Don't listen to him, Gherk. He made $100. That's all he needs to make to pay for Pigeon Whale. Another failure here? Possibly. Although the likelihood is not favorable. We probably... I don't know. I feel like we probably push 54.75, right? Some of the out-of-the-money calls are falling off, which is a good sign for a continuation down, but we've got a slightly lower peak on vol, so they were pretty confident in selling vol sooner this time, but they have not sold it as aggressively. So I don't really know how I feel about that. Faster reversal, but it fizzled out sooner. Under 70 is definitely still bearish. You still got the Zom CCs out? Closed them 2 days ago. I'm long oil. Every time you say EPAM to 200, I buy another call. Stop bankrupting me. I literally just bought calls on it because they were talking about like a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. And if like even negotiations were to begin, right? Like if Ukraine and Russia sat down at a table and just flung shit at each other, EPAM would go up, right? Like it didn't actually have to produce a ceasefire. Just the idea of one would be bullish. I'm glad I didn't resell CCs on it. Yeah, Israel decided to start stirring more shit up on yesterday. So they've laid out a plan for invading Lebanon, and I don't think it's been officially approved yet, but they've already put in the legwork. EPAM would go back to 3,400 if that happened. I don't know about that. Maybe like 250. But it could run very quickly, right? On any kind of even positive implications surrounding that. However, Putin was successful in possibly getting someone to make bullets for him, so ceasefire might be off the table now. How many DTE did you go long on? I think when I bought the EPAM calls, they were like 50 days. You're making double off subscriptions. But I have to port everything over. And then everyone has to switch over to the alternate payment method. Which means all of the dead people that are paying me on YouTube are gonna not pay me anymore. What about the bots? The bots aren't gonna know how to switch to Ko-Fi. End phase to 100. Losing 115 was bad. Yeah, not good. This is technically an inverse head and shoulders. It's just really ugly. It has a much higher chance of failing because of that. When rut to 0. I mean, GME went to $80, right? So why wouldn't you want to be short XRT? I think VIX Cash VIX VX Cash VIX hit the most positive correlation. Yep. Today is officially the most positively correlated it's been since November 13th of 2023. That's gotta be exciting, right? Good long entry for EPAM shares. I like the company. I think they do well. And I think they did really well in the adverse conditions of like 2022. Especially given that, their base of operations got completely fucking destroyed. They still managed to continue to beat earnings. They lost their entire market in Russia like overnight. Not to mention they've managed to get a lot of their exposure to Ukraine and Russia out of the way. Software doesn't need headquarters. So powerful, it's the future. The $152 price swings on options, and we go from red to green, annoy me. Get more theta, they'll swing less, or buy in the money. I mean, that would be the other option. I know they've moved a lot of operations to like Western Europe. I don't know how much they've moved to India. Some. But as far as like leadership goes and their response to, what should have been a disastrous situation, I think they did a fantastic job. And they continued to, outperform, right? EPAM was like one of the only things I was bullish on in 2022. Well, until the end of the year. If banks hadn't failed and revealed that they were massively underwater on all their hold to maturity assets, I probably never would have been a bear. Huh. Psh, doubt? Bull bear is still a centaur. Yeah, and if they hadn't killed Harambe, it would be on Mars already. Why would I want to go to Mars? I don't feel like getting to Mars is a win for the human race. Maybe we'll just realize how shitty it is and stop pumping carbon into our atmosphere. Not you, other humans. Oh, okay. No microplastics on Mars. Yeah, but how are we gonna cleanse the how are we gonna cleanse it out of the the blastoma? 5450 on the cards today? Could be, yeah. It'd be very bearish. That'd be very, very bearish. No, it's not blastoma. What am I thinking of? Zygote? What's the little ball of cells called? Blastocyst. That's what it is. I was close. It's been a long time since I've taken bio. Blastocyst is the space inside. Well, where do you think you keep the microplastics? The doctor calls it child support for 18 years. Is a triple bottom bullish? The consolidation here is, well, this even low could kind of turn things around, but I wouldn't say that this consolidation is bullish just yet. Especially, I mean, given that there's very little actual support here in the options chain. Don't most microplastics end in the lungs? Only if you live in China. My cost basis on Jamie is 26.83. Today I sold a 117.25 30C for 725. Oh Jesus Christ. Would be smarter to buy back at 780 and sell a 719. Well, no, because you want to take a loss. Sell a 719.30 for 26. Well, I mean, your profitability is realized sooner if you sell less theta, right? Because the decay occurs faster. 5460 is looking strong. It's really not. It's not a very strong support. Most of what is supporting us here is that short vol is just willing to sell puts at this level, but they were willing to sell less and less puts on every test. And if we fall into those puts, they're going to get squeezed out. My 54.55 Ps are finally green. Congratulations. You locked in another month of pigeon whale. The chat is about biology, specifically human reproduction. People discuss the different stages of cell division and fertilization. Is that the YouTube notification? Why are you down 20k, Sisyphus? I thought you were just long commodities. SMCI dying? I sold my put at 950. 950 was a support. What's it at now? There's another support at 920. Oof. If it loses 900, there's no support. I want to see what ChatGPT says after Kendra talks. I don't. Thanks for what you do. I'm heading out, locking in 2K. Nice, man. Well done. Could AVGO lose 1700 today? Maybe. If I'm gonna play that move to the downside, I need more theta. There's no way I was gonna do that with weeklies. Delta neutral on AVGO is at like $1,400. $1,300? Somebody already said that, Gray Pubes. You're too slow, man. That joke's already burned out. Girk, we're long Vana now. Hold on. $54.48 ish. How about this? Mel Brooks working on Spaceballs too. Mel Brooks is still alive? He's fucking 97? Holy shit. One second. Jesus H. Christ. Waffle, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. One big face melter into close. Again, still doesn't get bullish unless we can get back above that like 75 to 85 level. I will say this. We're in a positive gamma environment. Do not expect large downside moves not to have sharp reversals. Alright? You're gonna lose a lot of money if you overhold puts in these price ranges. Remember that the is buying, they're buying the dip. So as the price is falling, the is going long. So when the price stops falling, all of that counter momentum is realized, right? That doesn't mean we can't drop more. That doesn't mean that this isn't going to continue to break down, but it does mean that dips are going to reverse hard. Good afternoon, fellow shill. Feelings, a face ripper, end of day, 54.85. It's not impossible. Gamma's pretty flat here. I mean, from, well, above 65 out to 85, Gamma's pretty flat. So price in this range technically can move that whole $20 pretty easily. There are a lot of puts to the downside. Many of them are sold. So, you know, depending on if those get squeezed, you know, we can drop harder. But yeah, we can move to 85 pretty quickly also. Don't forget that the puts at 85 were also sold. They're just underwater right now. Thoughts on HPE? How come it didn't pump when they announced their partnership with NVIDIA on Tuesday? I have no idea. What was the partnership for? I mean, that's... It looks like it peaked on Tuesday and then just came back down hard. God. Well, I'm reading the press release for it and it just says nothing. HPE announced NVIDIA AI Computing by HPE, a robust portfolio designed to simplify and accelerate AI adoption in the enterprise sector. This groundbreaking initiative integrates NVIDIA's cutting-edge compute and advanced networking solutions with HP's server and storage solutions, as well as HPE's Greenlight Cloud services. The centerpiece of this collaboration, HPE Private Cloud AI, well, probably because nobody gives a fuck about HPE's private cloud service. NVIDIA's in a really tender position here, right? Like they need to break reliance on their customers, their largest customers, and develop out their own cloud services. Otherwise, they're gonna get fucked by the people they sell their chips to, which is, you know, kind of the story of semiconductors and one of the reasons for their cyclicality, right? But in doing so, right, this is we're getting to the point where all of the Mag 7 are going to start fighting each other for market share, right? Apple kind of already pulled the gun out and said, you know, we're not going to use AI chips, or we're not going to use NVIDIA chips for our AI. We don't need to. We're going to fucking run it on mobile devices. Which, you know, is possible, right? You don't need a fucking H100 to do any of this shit. You only need it to train models, right? And so once you're done training the model, the deployment of the model, NVIDIA doesn't benefit from, right? And so in order to continue to compete after everybody's bought chips, NVIDIA is going to have to move their business over to deployment of models. And that's not really something they're prepared to do. And it's going to be really hard for them to fight like Microsoft and Google and Amazon for the cloud services side of that market. Not that they couldn't be successful, they could. It's just very unlikely that they would be. And I don't think anyone believes that Hewlett Packard's going to be the answer to their cloud services conundrum. HP in the house. Jensen about to get sold some ink. Hewlett Packard's still alive? Yeah. I mean, Hewlett, Dell. Do you think it's worth paying commissions on TOS or IBKR over the free fills on WeBull? And WeBull has commissions now. It's not free anymore. They're cheap. They're very cheap commissions. Well, why the fuck would you buy HP in that scenario? It's NVIDIA that's the beneficiary, not HP. NVIDIA is also just given all of those gains back. Which it looks like HP has as well. You know, NVIDIA's options chain's like, JFresh was telling me the other night, it's like 11% of the entire options market. It's bigger than SPY and QQQ and SPX and IWM all put together. Jesus fucking Christ, that's insanely risk laden. Yeah. Isn't it odd we're only down 0.3% on the day, and yet it feels like a win? Well, I mean, it is a win if you bought an at the money put at any point, right? It's a big win. It's also a pretty important failure point, right? And futures peak to trough is 111 BPS, which is significant. That's a 1 sigma move. Don't forget those CTAs. They don't want to hold these bags anymore, right? 1 sigma move, they're gonna dump like, you know, 12, 13 billion in equities. 3 sigma move, and they're gonna dump like 160 billion in equities. Pretty slim chance of another breakdown today. We've got about 2 hours left. Not necessarily. I mean, futures still looks pretty bearish, like on the 15. We've got some support. We broke out from the downtrends. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, yeah, we could move back up to like 85, 90. But we might not. Honestly, like Gamma's just too flat in this range to really say for certain. A break above 75 is slightly bullish though, and it looks like we're headed towards that right now. If that fails, then yeah, we might get another lower low. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see how far this pumps. Peak to trough, same like measuring from the perineum. How's Tesla looking? Fine. It gets more bearish under 80. A lot more bearish under like 76. 77. $54.87 makes us green for the day. Okay. Hawk Twee Girl is queen of the internet. I don't know who that is. Timbonium? Timbomonium. All right. Welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. That's a mouthful. That's what she said. Anyway, hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. If you need some help getting linked up. What if I bought a 55p at 55? Idiot. Did you see me closing all of my shorts when we dropped? That's what you do. You close. You don't buy. You don't short the bottom. Does SPX look like it's reversing, or is this weak? It's a little stronger than the prior 2 attempts, but it may not be strong enough. It really depends if they keep leveraging up. Also, it's shitty to leverage up short vol here because then they're just pushing the long puts again. It's not a great position to be in. I mean, what's VN at? It's like 54.71. So yeah, kind of a shit position. I don't know what you guys are saying. What is Haktoa? I'm just gonna Google it. She knows what she's doing. She's not wrong, right? Should I search it on my work computer? I don't know. Should you? Boop. That one. If we break that, we can go back up and fill the gap at 90. Yeah, it seems reasonable. 80 and 85 are still resistance here. Is 35 too out of the money for July monthlies? I don't know if I would have gone out of the money. Doubling down on short vol. Microsoft is failing. AVGO is getting a bounce. Meta. Meta's getting a little something something. Apple's down a lot. It's okay. Nvidia's roaring back to life. Now, Pumpy Pam. Hmm. Interesting. Futures should push up into like 55, 62, 50 here. Failure of that, I feel like, would be quite bad. But we're still about $10 off. Yeah, this isn't like the best bounce on ES. I do want to see ES break back above here. This line. But we slipped under the trend quite a bit here before getting a bounce, so this might be kind of... This might not have a lot of staying power. I think any failure before a retest, probably another move down. You were right about that flat gamma to 85. I don't like that you were right, but you were right. Well, it's how it works. Yep. But I mean, the gamma's still flat there, right? So like, as fast as it moved up $20, it can move back down $20. I was early, but not wrong. So wrong. Macro gets increasingly bearish while the market gets increasingly bullish. Yeah. Fubo's still a good buy at these prices. I'm waiting for it to go under $1, but I mean, historically, near $1 is also very cheap. Everything's so much calmer out here on the 1 hour. Yeah, volume's starting to fall off a little bit, but not too much. Get some volume on this. Interesting. Left a downside gap here. An upside gap at 90. So if we want to push above this, yeah, this is like right where the flip point is for the MM's hedge. So if we move any higher, Delta will go positive. If we reject here, the MM's gonna sell off again. I'm so sick of any move down taking 5 hours and being undone in 22 minutes. Really, it's worse on the call side. At least on the downside, you still get like legs down, right? On the call side, you've got to wait for the fucking price to go up like 40 bips over the entire day. And during that, you know, multiple like 20% pullbacks on your options. Hold on, I drew a chart. I hate this shit. This is the worst. I mean, really, like the market's just in a situation where selling puts and then buying puts is the best. The call side's usually pretty shitty unless you're catching like the overnight move. But for like intraday trading, calls are terrible. One DTE straddle? You could, although the upside range is narrower. I mean, with like 5490 kind of being the top of the call positioning, right? And you're at like we were at, you know, 5483. It's like $7 of upside range and, you know, $20 of downside range. It's probably better to go with the put in a situation like that and then just have like a tight stop, right? As far as like potential risk reward, even if you've gone long the call there, you'd already be stopped out, right? We dropped $5. So with the subscribers only mode, am I supposed to subscribe now? I don't think so. I mean, yeah. You know what? You are. I don't do NVIDIA straddle since the split. It's not, they're not as good. When it was trading, you know, in a $50 to $60 range every day, awesome. When it was trading, now it's trading in like a $5 range, not so hot. It's okay. I found my new baby, which is going to be AVGO until they split. Why would you shills watch the stream and not subscribe? Hate watching. I mean, I put on the subscribers only thing, so if super stonkers want to come in here and make comments, they have to sub to me. So far, it's worked really well. It sounds like a kink thing. A little bit, yeah. What are 2 cities you've been to that you'd never go back to? Oh, that's easy. Houston and Cincinnati. This means I'm officially a sub to you. Pretty please, Daddy. Not in front of the other pickles, regards, Kiki. You're gonna make me blush. Can't you get like 10 times NVIDIA contracts amount just like pre-split? Gross. Way more slippage. What's wrong with Houston? It's a swamp? San Diego has literally the hottest women and best Mexican food. Hold the fuck up, alright? Unless you're into military dudes, the women in San Diego are not that hot. The Mexican food's very good. He must have also been in the Navy. This is my last name change. How's that incorrect? I lost in the sauce at Del Mar and spent way too much money. Those are just Orange County women and hanging out in San Diego. Tacos have gone downhill like everything else everywhere. That's sad. Would this be sufficient for SLD? The drop in price? Could be. San Diegans are hot. Maybe La Jolla, but I mean, that's just Orange County. McLevin, did you lose all your money on GME again? Does McLevin have a gambling addiction? Yes. Do you like going down on women? The good old Australian kiss? I don't know who doesn't like that. I guess Marpo. If y'all don't go down on your women, give me their number and tag me in. Ask Marpo. Who the fuck doesn't? I don't know. This is 2024. Is anybody not doing that? Because, hold on. Pause on the trading advice. DJ Khaled? I feel like I know who that is, but I'm not sure. AVGO got more room for downs in the next 2 weeks. Maybe. I would probably need to get more theta if I was going to play that. But I think it could bounce back a little first. Some women aren't worth the risk of cold sores or esophageal cancer. That's fair. I mean, just don't expect them to blow you on the first date either. You'll recognize DJ Khaled's name better if you yell it. I did it in my mind and it worked immediately. At the risk of being annoying, is this covering on GME? A little bit. Doesn't look like it's very significant volume wise. But yeah, there's a little bit of covering. It's hard to say. Some of it might be covering, some of it might just be breaking above 25 and the delta getting hedged up. It doesn't seem like it's pushing higher than that really though. Like 25, 26 range, which isn't very impressive. You're not very up to date on any pop culture after 2003. I don't like people or the internet, so. What are we asking about GME when discussion of cunnilingus is afoot? I mean, that conversation's just clickbait, right? I heard that. I think everyone did. That was the point. Esophageal cancer from going down on ladies? Is that a thing? If they have HPV? But who the fuck has HPV anymore? This is why you don't want to date the girls that aren't vaxxed. And why Tinder never should have gotten rid of the little banners. Different strains of HPV. Sorry, but Gherk, that's not a thing. What's not a thing? Are we gonna tap 5,500 again? Delta's a little bit positive here. We're just peeking our nose over it. GK, if I ever cheated on my wife and she caught me, I would lose my pickle. She's cray cray. I can't eat mangoes. I'm allergic to them. How am I supposed to test? Pretty sure that SPX is still red on the day. Our pi square has still not told me how that's not a thing. So are you dismissing the studies that show that what was it? Like HPV 16 causes oral pharyngeal cancer, or is a risk factor for oral pharyngeal cancer. I'm bored. Can you make something happen? How long would it take you to get to north of DC? We could go dancing at a gay nightclub in Rehoboth. It's like right in the middle. Hours. How allergic? Like, if I have a mango smoothie with lunch, will I need to take you to the ER tonight? Thank you, regards, Gigi. I have, after going to North Carolina last time, I don't think I want to go back. NC has some good waves in the Outer Banks. Do I look like I surf? I don't go in the ocean, if I can avoid it. Definitely not on a boat. Or not without a boat. Yeah, not without a boat. Is it illegal for white men to enter North Carolina without boat shoes on? I don't know, but they do have a law about having a ice cream cone in your back pocket. Do you know what's causing EPAM to move? Pure unadulterated bullishness? Whales are in the ocean. They're doing fine. They're bigger than me. I feel like my body consistency is far too close to that of a seal to spend any time in the water. Like sharks are like, oh, it's like, oh, the shark bit you by accident, right? But I feel like the shark would bite me and be like, oh, and come back for seconds. That's why you hedge by swimming with dark. Yummy seal man. Exactly. Bulls are having a hard time getting it up here. Sounds like me last night. You should get a CPAP machine. The non-consensual forcing of air into your nasal cavity can be pretty erotic. You should not be taking too much blue chew. Don't do that. That's How old are you? I feel like the age range for taking Viagra has like dropped massively over the last 10 years. I have buddies that are taking it, and I'm like, you're in your 30s. What the fuck do you need Viagra for? Maybe it's the microplastics. Everybody incontinent these days? You mean impotent? Everyone's T is as low as Carl's because of microplastics. Why not both? You got him, Carl. Good job. Why do larger women always give the best brain? Well, I mean, thinking requires an intense amount of calories. So, you know, more food, more brain. That's why we're smart in the first place, because we figured out how to make our food easier to digest, and we rose above the apes a little bit. I have to buy 2 car without my consent. When used prices down more quickly. Oh. Big brain, huge if big. Probably. Are you out of day trades? I don't know. Yes. Hmm. 240. I didn't realize that my wife had me on speakerphone. I called her and said I wanted to lick that sweaty pooper. Her colleagues are concerned. Do you mean jealous? Board director member Maria Dreyfus just purchased 18,310 ZOM shares for a total investment of $2 million. Oh, there went Lawrence's car money. Why do Friday AM contracts settle based on the Thursday closing price, not Friday opening price? I think for like, well, probably like you're asking why. God, I hate you so much. So you're asking why SIBOs decided on Thursday close versus Friday open? Like I'm supposed to delve into their thought process when designing the contracts? It's not arbitrary. I mean, it avoids market manipulation, first of all, right? Probably some degree of operational efficiency involved. Clearinghouses need settlement before market open at the following day. And it also prevents the price from being manipulated in the overnight trading session. I have AJ blocked in chat, and I can tell that was an AJ question. Yes, it was. That would be arbitrary. It's a multi-billion-dollar product. You think they're just like, fucking just settle them in the morning, dude. And that was it? Is my chat working, or have you just been ghosting me these past few days? I don't know. What did you say? Well, it technically is accurate because the settlement doesn't finalize until Friday in the AM. You autistic son of a bitch. I probably don't have the options chain for it. Yeah, I don't have the options chain for it. I don't know what Gamma Max is at. I would say that its options chain is probably a liquid. They stopped trading on Thursday, but the price is based on price at open, right? The price is based on the SOQ. Which, sort of. But it's not based on like Friday's open price. SOQ is like they take. I don't remember the exact calculation, but they take. I think it's like the opening price of every individual stock in the index, and then they use those to compute the settlement value. No, the settlement price is the SOQ. The the settlement is complete in Thursday's market close. Well, at the point of settlement, so the contract stops trading, everything gets locked in, right, and then the pricing is determined by the SOQ. Still interested in packs. I just bought some not that long ago, but yeah, I'm still adding to that. Did you hear a bunch of auto dealerships just got hacked? And the only ones affected were using software CDK Global. I did not. The worst part of AJ's questions are when you answer them and we all have to get dragged along for the ride. I know. It irritates me having like a question, like I can't not answer them because it irritates me to have just like a question just sitting there, right? And I know it's there, but it's unanswered. But at the same time, I don't want to answer it because it's AJ. What's PAX do? It's hedge fund. Yeah, I have a bunch of shares of PAX. Just do it like you do me and ignore it. I don't ignore you. I should, but I don't. PAX is boring. You're boring. I think. They're on like a massive acquisition spree. Also, there's nothing boring about 8.5% dividend yields. I know. That's why I own it. They've been killing it lately. Ever since they picked up Credit Suisse's Brazilian real estate portfolio, they've just been buying all kinds of shit. It's gonna make them like the number one. The Credit Suisse portfolio is gonna make them like the number one, like real estate manager in Brazil and Latin America, all of Latin America. So it's like a hedge fund that's turning into a REIT, right? I think they also picked up like Nexus Capital, which was another real estate platform in Colombia. They sold off a big chunk of their like logistics business. To who was it? It was like Ultrapar or someone. At a nice profit, which will hopefully yield some special dividends. I already did a write up on PAX, Greg. This is why your portfolio's empty. Latin American growth over the next 20 years. Yeah, exactly. What scanner channel? I don't have a scanner. I mean, I do, but I don't have a channel for it. A few scanners. It said in your membership video. Did it? I haven't looked at that thing in like 3 years. There's like a channel where people work on developing scanners. Apparently not actively, given that the last thing posted there was Greg's photo of a Canon scanner. Yahoo Finance is showing a dividend of 5.78%. Current yield is 8.45 at its current price. What's up, Patricia? It's Patria. Yeah, that was a good one. It was. I'm hungry. Pretty sure I posted that scanner before I had my last kid in May. Another descending head and shoulders on SPX. Maybe another leg down. Things are more bearish under 75 because we start to slip back into the sold puts again. So, yeah, potentially. We're not under 75 right now, though. There is a little bit of an upside gap there at the, like, where Delta flips positive. Actually, Delta flips positive, like, here now. So it's a little bit below, but still pretty close. Yeah, tomorrow might not be so bullish. Charm's pretty negative here. It's definitely weighing down on price action. And we seem to be hanging out in the negative delta range for most of the day. A little bit of support at 75. A little bit of call buying at 85. Going on. Oh, put selling. Looks like there's a little bit of put selling at 85. That's not call buying. Bullish enough to stop me out of my Monday puts. Fair. Do you have a blunt object in your car for a road rage incident? No, I have a car. What other blunt object do you need in a road rage incident? If someone gets out of their car and tries to attack you, just run them over. I carry around a claymore mine for this occasion. I would be the best of the original Four Loko flavors, which was definitely strawberry lemonade. Although they're all pretty foul. Why don't you have a concealed carry? Are you not rich enough for that yet? I suppose. I could probably... It's kind of a bitch to get one in New York City. You need to socialize with people. But maybe I could. What do I need a gun for? I don't sell drugs. I sell options. Actually, that's pretty similar. You can turn the losing spread into a butterfly. No reason to buy back the winning one though. You can also hedge off the loss on the losing spread by adding a debit spread and then closing the original spread. So you close the credit, open a debit, you sell the same strike. Or you could just drive away once they get out of their vehicle. This is America. If someone threatens you, you can't just... Are you suggesting you just evade them? Have you not lived here? Not only that, the city's more likely to prosecute Gherk than the person he shot. That's true. De-escalation isn't part of our culture. Also, are you gonna let some nerd win? Exactly. And that's really the crux of the issue. pretty much all my life. I don't have horse legs like you to donkey kick them to a pulp. Imagine being so poor that you need to fight people. I said nothing about fighting anybody. The question was, do you have a blunt object in your car for dealing with a road rage incident? And I correctly assumed that the only blunt object you need is your car. It's really big. Pretty heavy. Like, you don't want to get hit with one of those, right? Like, what are you guys doing? You're getting into, like, road rage incidents and getting out of your car and, like, grabbing a tire iron? What the fuck's the point of that? You have a car, the power of hundreds of horses, and a giant ball of steel. You get out of your car and confront the other person that's in their car. That's how you get hit by a car. Will WeBull ever go under if China and the US go to war? And what's your main broker? I don't know, main. I use WeBull, IBKR. I have a Schwab account, Fidelity. I have a Vanguard account. I also have a Tasty Trade account. I have. Oh, there's some other obscure broker I have an account with. I can't remember. I have a Ninja Trader account. Netflix account. Yeah. HBO. Spotify, of course. I don't collect brokerage accounts. They're for different things, dork. I actually have like 6 IBKR accounts. I would say I have the most accounts with IBKR. I don't have the computer share account anymore. No, I don't have a Moo account. What broker do you like best for income? IBKR mostly, but I use Fidelity too. It just sucks. $11 is you are strong. What are you talking about? I don't have a Robinhood account. I used to. I closed it though. Just give us your OnlyFans account. Okay, let's try number 19, a classic. You have cute elbows? I do. Thank you. It's shouting from the rooftops. Dork, you're correct. Correct about what? You mean the market crash that JFresh predicted for next week? And only JFresh predicted? Market down, commodity adjacent up. I said that 9 months ago. Here's the problem with me, you, and JFresh. We all think that we have unique thoughts, but really we're just ribbing at each other like a jazz band. Has anyone ever told you that you have great posture? No. Legend has it, JFresh has predicted 100 out of the last 0 crashes. We went down 15%. in October of last year. That was pretty good. I don't know what you're doing, Brett, but it's weird. He's running game. It's terrible. Is Fidelity your largest account in terms of capital deployment? No, not at all. Also, define deployed. Are you asking where I'm holding my big pile of treasuries? Not telling. Kirk buried them. They're in a time lock safe. It opens up in 15 years. We know you have it buried in Central Park. Yeah, but only the ducks know exactly where. This one's weird. You make my insides jump around in the best way. That's sweet. Kind of sounds like someone like the PG version of someone saying like you fucked my guts up or something like that. It's a new approach. I don't know how to deal with that. It'd be better if it were more like sometimes it's better to use the curse words. You rearranged my brains. Was that Kendro? No, but that would have been somehow less offensive. Is Dork in green on the weekly quant plot? No, that's me. I'm green. Dork's purple. Fuchsia, actually. It's more of a fuchsia. I chose fuchsia for Dork because it has an air of femininity and playfulness to it. But is also intensely full of passion and excitement. J-Fresh got white because, well, he's a ginger. Is Dork gender fluid? It's more like a gel. I'm gender viscous. Gender viscoelastic. He's an amorphous solid. I want to say this publicly. Dork's face works way too well on women's bodies. Have you ever slapped some oobleck, Dork? I have indeed smacked my own ass. Discord DM. Oh god, is the Persian princess picture making the rounds again? That shit's horrific. Which one's Dork? Is Dork maliciously collecting genders? Like a gender market maker? Yes. It's not his fault his tender face and hard cheekbones make things confusing. Dork makes money on the spread. He's got to make money on something. It sure isn't going to be SLB. Did I say that out loud? What are your expectations for tomorrow? Yeah, we could continue to fall from this level. We'll see how much support's built up at 5450 after today. Could hold that until the end of the week though. Probably up overnight because of the AM contract. It's a big expiration. But maybe down through the rest of the day tomorrow. I don't know. Actually, like starting off from this level is not great for the Bulls. But if we slip further today, it gets pretty hard for them to regain the 5500 level into the expiration. Wow, currency's bounced back. Pound and the euro did a bit. I think someone got fucked big on overnight repo in England. They were definitely betting on the sterling moving up, and that did not happen. And now they've borrowed a bunch of money that's worth less at a high rate. What are your expectations for tomorrow? Oh, I already answered that. I hope this shit dumps. Back below trend on ES. The ES bounce failed. And that's compelling. Very compelling. Especially because volume's picking up on the downtrend. I like it. Still in a very bullish range, but I like it. Where are we closing? Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know. Here would be a good spot for everyone. GME covering, there's like a little bit, but I think some of it's just the options getting hedged. I'm not particularly impressed with the volume. I'm in an AI webinar for some CPE. They have yet to actually show or tell me how AI is going to make month-end close better. They only say I'll have more time for tax consulting. Excellent. Is that what you needed? They can settle Monday for T1, Monday morning. But options have always settled on T1. I want a snack. I don't have any breakfast. Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. It's power hour. We got like a minute. Yeah, I'll be right back. Hello. Any 30 minutes expiry plays? Maybe. I mean, from this point, I would say both. Like a test of like 80, 85, or a drop to 50, or neither one is really out of the question. You going put heavy on your straddle tonight? You know, with the AM settlement, I might not take a straddle tonight. It's a big expiration. I might just straddle in the morning or something. Yeah, I'm still selling GoEV CSPs at like $2. I haven't been selling the out of the money one because the yield isn't as good. But I think where is it? Yeah, the yield's still a lot better on the $2 than the $1.50. $1.50 has improved a little bit, but it's like what is that? It's like 11% on the out of the money, and the $2 23.5% still. I just opened a straddle. I'm cooked. So it's not that it's terrible, right? We're low enough. We're low enough right now that you can technically straddle here and profit off of the bounce. I'm just not sure if I want to. Like I already have sold calls at 55.25 for tomorrow's expiration. Like the PM expiration for tomorrow, and so I'm thinking I don't really need to like get additional exposure there. That's more for me, not just that it's like necessarily bad overall. I might not want to do it. And then like the put side of that overnight, like if we bounce in the morning, it's gonna suck to just spend all day waiting for the puts to go back in the money. So guy in the Discord, I don't know if he wants me to share his name, but he was asking me about like Bank of England's STR, which is kind of like fed on RRP. And it's just been rocketing over the last he sent me a chart. It's just been rocketing over the last like month. And this is like I feel like this is clearly a bet that Bank of England won't cut. The sterling would stay strong, right? And then the value of the money borrowed would increase against the rate it was lent at, right? But that's not currently the case, right? Like England's inflation turned back up a little, EU inflation turned back up a little, even post cut, which has been a bit damaging to their currency. And the dollar is still strong as fuck. So I think whoever was making that bet got fucking hammered pretty hard today. $2.50 is pretty nice too. Still comes out at like $1.60 share price if you get a fill there. Yeah, I mean $2.50 if I wanted to buy a lot of shares, I'd probably go for that. So could increase my chance of assignment. But I'm okay with just making 23% on the $2 one, and I think the chances of getting back above $2 are a lot better than getting back above 250 where there's a mountain of sold calls. I hammered on my Apple bull put spreads. Honestly, I should have sold them when they were up before the holiday. Yeah, yeah. Well, when it lost like 215 at least. Apple's still got a lot of interest at 210, but yeah, I would have probably closed them at some point today. Were you in like the 210, 205? Of course, Netflix hits fucking 690 in after hours. Oh, I'm already out of that. I guess I don't give a shit. Hmm. Amazon's kind of killing it today. AMD failed 65 though, which is not a good look. And Nvidia's having a rough go of things. Just greed. That's fair. Yeah, generally on Apple, if I'm up like 50, 60%, I just close. It sounds like you expect ups overnight, downs tomorrow. I think that's a distinct possibility. Although we might just get ups into close. How do you calculate the G spot? You just poke around until you get the O face. Kind of like Treasure Island. So it's called the OG. Any reason not to sell a Fubo 250 monthly? Gives a 110 share cost basis. The price drops below $1. Fubo's puts aren't really priced up very much. I heard something about a bunch of June 28 GME calls. It was in a meeting. I don't know. Maybe. Thanks, Brett. Hard to break 54.80, 85. No, gamma's pretty flat. It's just hard to get above into like positive delta. That's really where the problem is that, you know, the dealer's really not helping push the price up here. At least not on the 0 DTE side. That can change as we get closer to the end of the day and like more and more put like long put side takes profit. But also charm is pretty negative, which is weighing down on price action too. Like I think all the dealers, the dealer would be supportive above 80, but it's going to be kind of hard for us to get above it. But like if we do, I don't think it's going to be hard to break through those levels. Or you could just shoot right up. Do you have some conditions for when you sell daily condors? Yeah. At the bottom, NQ is basically red on the day, and we didn't even reach 54.50. Sad times. NQ's still red on the day. Actually, NQ's getting beat up a lot harder than SPX. Dow's doing really well today, which is surprising. Weak. Oh. Okay. What if I get a job at SIBO SPX floor and tell you what the big players are doing? Why do I need you for that? I mean, you can do that if you want to. I'm just... How's OI for tomorrow? Hmm. What time is it? Yeah, I could check. It's a little early. Implied move went up. So a little bit better range tomorrow, at least from spot. OI is going to look a lot worse for tomorrow if we fall below 54.50 before close. Looks pretty supportive up to 54.50. Like a little bit of call interest at 60 and 50. Below 50, there's fuck all. Pretty straight shot down to like 5400, honestly. Under 5400, very bearish. To the upside, there's a little bit of call interest at 75.80, but the 80 to like 5500 range is still pretty dead. I would say if we're gonna get an upside move, like back to 5500 or above it, we're gonna need to do it in after hours. Like the MM's not gonna. That was the problem today too, right? It's like if we open too high, the MM's just not supportive of price action in that range, right? And so I feel like tomorrow is very much the same situation. So we can gap up overnight, but we're not going to be able to hold those levels. What's up, popcorn? Is Dixie Dow and oil massively performing everything else bullish? No. I mean, it's bullish for like Dixie's bullish for domestic companies, and yeah, I think that's being reflected in the Dow. Also, oil is. But if you looked at like the Dow Transportation Index, because it looks like dog shit. It's amazing how our economy is doing so well, but everyone's trying to avoid moving any goods around. I think the big question economists should be pondering right now is will contraction in industrials and manufacturing create demand side inflation? Right? So manufacturing's contracting because costs are up, right? Shipping costs, especially, and logistics costs are sky high. A lot of that's due to like crude and gas prices, right? And then shipping prices, which have stayed elevated since the beginning of the year, like international container freight pricing. Um, and so this kind of creates a fun little like scenario to think about, right? So costs are going up on the input side, and in order to avoid this kind of bleeds into what I was talking about the other day, about how the consumer backing down is going to force businesses to eat more of the inflation shit sandwich. And then this now that's retail to consumer, right? But from producer to retail, there's also an issue if the retailers are eating a shit sandwich on inflation, they're going to start ordering less, right? And then as they order less, manufacturers aren't going to want to pay the increased input costs, which means they will start manufacturing less, and that's one of the reasons we're seeing like some contraction in industrial production and things like that, and like manufacturing PMIs. And so since they're trying to avoid the input cost, the inflation and the input costs, inflation will fall, right, a little bit, because less demand there, but the supply shock from that, right? If we're not making as many durables, and but retailers still have elevated demand for those durables because they're now discounting them, right? So that's gonna you you have discounts on the retail side, and that's going to drive consumer demand back in. That's the whole point, is that they don't want to lose control of that market share and that consumer demand. So you get the retail side discounting, right? Consumer demand picks up because things are cheaper now, but now manufacturing's slowed down, and you kind of end up with a very similar to supply shock to what we saw in like the early COVID era. It's not exactly the same because there's abundant supply for input. It's just overpriced. And so then what happens is, in response to that, manufacturers are going to have to ramp production back up, right? Which means capex, a lot of capex, and a lot of demand on what really aren't like recovered supply chains, but not the strongest supply chains, right? And that can cause another spike in inflation, which is going to then hit the retail side of the equation, where they're now trying to price down to reattract the consumer. They're going to be forced to price back up, and then you get that inflation will bleed over, and then if the consumer is much weaker at that point and can't handle another shock in inflation, all of the inflation could end up getting eaten on the producer and reseller side, right? And then that's gonna hit margins like a fucking brick. Oop, someone's calling me. Hold on. Okay, that was bullshit. Tiny Mountain Man, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll help you get hooked up after the stream. I appreciate it, dude. How does one profit off boomers? Buy their houses? Just keep thinking of, did you read that tweet I wrote about how housing is just essentially inflation cold storage? It's a really important tweet for understanding the dynamics of the housing market, right? So, you know, if boomers have taken all the inflation and packed it into their real estate holdings, right? When the demand for that real estate declines, they'll have to sacrifice those inflation savings in order to continue to provide liquidity to the real estate market, right? And so, you know, they'll start to fight each other for pricing, and you know, once supply increases, and so you end up with a market that is competing down instead of up. And as they compete down, they lose the value of inflation saved over time in that asset, right? And so, you know, if you can buy a home significantly below current market value, however much percent below you get it for, you then have your own inflation hedge in the future, and you bought it at a discount, so you didn't have to eat as much of the prior owner's inflation when purchasing it. That's how you make money off boomers. You buy less of their inflation, though, right? Which allows you to store more of your own in it. So say, you know, a home is selling for, you know, like 350K right now, or well, let's use a realistic number. Let's say 600K, right? Yeah, your usual, like, I don't know what the fuck you guys live in. 4-bed, 2-bath, something like that. 3-bath. That sounds more modern. Right, 87% of the value of that home is the prior owner's inflation, and the longer they've owned it, the more of that value is inflation. So say the prior owner was in it for 20 years, right? So now if you can get that house, now that house can still store a bit more inflation, right, in its value. So you can get that house for 350K, right? All right, well, let's make this easier. Oh, son of a bitch. Let's say, let's just say 300. So, you know, 43.5% of their inflation is passed forward to you instead of 87%. Now this house can hold a whole bunch of inflation, right? You could pack, you know, well, you can pack $300,000 worth of inflation into this investment over the next 20 years. Housing market crash when millennials will have to sell their boomer parents' home because they can't afford property tax. Yeah, that's one reason. I really don't know anything about Richard Newton. I've seen some clips that people have sent me, and that's really all I know about him. He strikes me as kind of like an Andrew Mo Money type of guy, like just goes over DD with people who maybe have bad reading comprehension skills. But I really don't know anything else about him. That was a fun SPX scandal. Yeah, not a very relevant one, but fun. 4-4, I looked at the other day, was 1.25 million guac. It's ridiculous. In Houston? In a swamp? Is it like 2 feet above sea level? What world are you getting a 600K house for 300K? That's a big correction in price. I mean, well, the $600,000 house is not worth $600,000, right? But you understand that the value of the homes in the market right now is not worth the price they're selling for. They're overvalued, right? They're speculative. Like the home prices are speculatively valued. They're being valued as if they're an equity, right? They're being valued at their future valuation. Exactly. Like Nvidia instead of their current valuation. And this is one of the reasons banks are pushing back against like proper diligence in the sale of the homes. And this is going to bite all the banks in the ass. Maybe not right away. It could take some time. But banks have been, for the last like 2 years, banks have been pushing back really hard against appropriate home inspections and proper appraisals, actual appraisals when getting a mortgage. Um, and there's a lot of fraud in the appraisal industry anyway, especially with appraisers that work directly for lenders. Um, and that's to their advantage, right? Because it allows them to safely, quote unquote, lend money for the value of these homes. But these homes are not actually worth like that. They shouldn't appraise at those values. They should appraise at a fair current market value based on comparables, location, right? The historic real estate market for that area. And they're not right. They're being based off whatever the highest price in the market is at the time, locally, right? And that's turned speculative value in housing prices quite a lot over the last like 3 years. Um, and so but when that market contracts, right? The the first place home prices will go is to they'll snap back to the appraised values, right? People want to, they're holding the homes, so now they're going to want to save money on their taxes, right? They don't want their fucking home appraised at 600K when it's a $480,000 house and they've got to keep paying taxes on it for 2, 3, 4, 5 years because demand has dried up, right? I'm not going to bring Redfin and Zillow into this, but that is a huge part of it. And so the first place home values will go in the interests of the current owner is back to those appraised values, right? And then once the market contracts back to those appraised values, if people need to shed those homes, if they need to get rid of those assets, they're going to be entering a very liquid market with which within or within which they will need to sell the home, right? And that market will no longer be competing up for forward valuations. It'll be competing down for immediate sales, right? In order to move that asset to cash, they will have to sell lower in a competitive market. Right? And so that's when you start to get, so it's very realistic that a home price could lose 50% of its value right now. And that's not just an effect of current home prices and lending practices, right? That's also an effect of the generation with the most property ownership is dying off, right? And everyone's like, oh, the hedge funds will absorb it. Hedge funds have been shedding their private private home holdings for a couple of years now. Nobody wants to get a fucking blanket loan on 50 houses at 8%, right? They're not interested in that market. Not only that, all of the hedge funds in the US wouldn't have enough money to fucking buy all of the boomers' homes anyway, right? They don't want to buy ghost towns and end up like Chinese shadow banks. They've already seen somebody make that mistake. So, you know, eventually home prices will need to find an equilibrium. Otherwise, there's no buyers. Home prices stay at 600K, 8% rates. Who the fuck's going to buy them? Literally no one. And you're seeing that, right? You're seeing that in new home sales. You're seeing that in permits. Home builders are slowing down because they can't fucking move the inventory, right? Um, you're describing a financial apocalypse. Well, yeah. Less people still have a lot of homes, right? We've got what is it, next year? We've got boomers starting to die off faster than new babies are being born. What happens? You get a population crunch. Housing inventory is already more than sufficient. I mean, there's high demand areas that'll be more insulated, but it won't matter because now everything's aggregated. That's because of Zillow and Redfin, right? Once you create a liquid market, home price fluctuations become less and less exposed to regional demand and become more and more intermingled with broader demand, right? And so, you know, what used to support like a home price in San Francisco where, you know, demand's super high, now you know it's getting now it's going to be balanced out by, you know, like fucking houses and somewhere in the Rust Belt, right? Like fucking houses in the Rust Belt drop 10%, and so, you know, because it's all becoming a more liquid, more tradable market. That's the fault of Zillow and Redfin, and then Airbnb also has an effect on that, right? The most depressing thing to understand is that if wages had been raised instead of interest rates, this all could have just kept running. No, 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 no. If wages went up, corporate profits would go down, equity valuations would decline. It's all linked, right? You can't pull one thread without pulling another. I mean, that's not like a financial crisis. It doesn't have to be, right? That can be really good. That's what we want. That's what we need as a country to recover and move forward, right? Is we need the housing market to contract excessively in order for people to buy homes, have stability, have children, right? And for a new rebound in growth and population to occur. The problem is we're using new Keynesian ideologies to keep pumping the shit out of that edge that the wealthy have, instead of allowing the natural progress of capitalism to be realized, right? It started when we were like, we're going to save the corporations, we're going to save the banks, they're too big to fail, right? And we've just kept that going. We've constantly pumped more money in and more money in every time instead of just letting things fail and take their natural path. Anyway, ding ding. Day's done. That shit's depressing. I don't want to talk about it. All right. SPX closing a little lower today, right around Vega neutral. This puts us in an awkward position going into tomorrow, in that it is very hard for short dated options, which have driven most of the market improvement over the last year and a half, to sustainably move index prices up in these ranges, right? Dispersions maxed out, stretched unbelievably thin, right? We're starting to get a little bit of tightening in yields, and that's contracting margins. So you're over leveraged, long equities, short indexes. Now you've got your margin, devaluing, dollars going up, and that's pulling those credit spreads wider and wider, right? And really forcing the bond market to kind of keep pace. And so we're getting higher yields and more risk on U.S. credit as our currency continues to rise, especially because it's already risen so high above all of the other competing international currencies. Um, so you've got that situation going on. You've got bulls here, institutional bulls and stuff. They're trying to sell vol and pump, but you can't in this environment because the more vol you sell, the longer you push the on puts, right? So the market maker's book is overweighted to the put side, and the market maker wants to hedge those puts down, right? And so this makes it really hard to hold prices above 54.80, 54.70 range. But it doesn't mean that we can't move up into those ranges overnight, when the market maker's hedge is unrealized, right? And so this can end up in a situation where we open high, close low, open high, close low, open high, close low. And that can go on again and again. We are also in the SLD period, so there is some net selling also going on. A steep enough pullback here, a good 150, 200 basis point drop, can allow the market maker book to kind of ease up and open up this upside range more, but we haven't had that yet. We need to fall back in order for the hedge to move up, right? So just a little understanding of the dynamics of how the market maker hedge is affecting things here. Going into tomorrow, that could mean that we do open higher. But it also may mean that we close the day out at a significantly lower price, as we saw today, right? Broad commodities up 11 bips. A little bit of that in metals, a little bit of that in oil. Oil not running as hard today, but CTAs on oil. I should probably pull this up too because this is kind of important. CTAs on oil are still a little bit net short. And there's some increased risk of the increased geopolitical risk in the Middle East, with Israel announcing plans to possibly move on Hezbollah in Lebanon, right? And so partially dealers in the oil market are going to want to price in some more risk premium, right? That's going to drive up vol, and driving up vol is going to drive out shorts, right? And so we're getting a bit of a reflexive action due to the makers of the market starting to punish the net short traders of the market, right? And so this may lead to a larger move than needed in oil in order to compensate for the shift from short to long. Dollars continued up, which I mentioned, and that is starting to pull yields up even against the the drop due to risk off in the European markets, where spreads between oats, JGBs, Italian bonds, or I'm sorry, spreads between oats and bonds and Italian bonds and bonds, and now with gilts, are becoming quite the complex scenario, and there's still a lot of risk that France may be running headfirst into a debt crisis. And until that election, that emergency election that Macron called, is concluded and we see where everything falls, there's still going to be a kind of a risk off attitude in European markets. Now, I do know the French market recovered a little bit today, but not very much, and it's still down a lot from where it was. So still some worries there. We are seeing a breakdown in 3-month dispersion on the SPX, and pretty flat interest on the 1-month dispersion today. So short vol shedding some of their longer dated positioning, right? Which is a risk off behavior, and not what we would expect to see into Opex. Normally we would expect to see shorter dated dispersion shaking off and longer dated dispersion staying pretty flat, right? So the fact that they're trying to get out of risk in the future might imply that they are, in fact, a little worried about the current dynamics. And we see this, JGB getting, this is largely due to the rise in the dollar, but we are seeing total leverage on the carry trade move up. We're not seeing a lot of inversion in the yield curve yet, a little bit, but not a lot. However, the reaction in volatility is significantly higher than the reaction in bonds. Those are not moving in balance, right? And volatility moved up quite a bit today. Not only did cash VIX rise 6.5%, but we also saw VIX 3-month move up almost 5%. Bond volatility is still pretty high. We're having like up day, down day, right? So we're getting a lot of realized volatility in the bond market, and that should also scare anybody, long the dispersion trade, right? Or long vol the underlying, short vol the index. And so that may be one of the reasons that we are seeing, and also additional confirmation that longer dated dispersion is breaking down and has a reason to break down. Tail risk hedging picked up substantially. Skew index was at about 162 yesterday. Big drop today back to 142. And generally a move like this is indicative that institutions are moving from risk on to risk off. They're taking more tail risk hedge and they're padding for future risk, right? Which means increases in implied volatility. Only 46.71% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. We still have a huge problem with breadth. I do know that Dow picked up a little bit today against the drop in the other large indexes, but Russell 2000 still fell. Mid caps underperformed. ES and NQ underperformed. This looks more like a flight to safety into Dow rather than a strengthening of breadth, right? And if you look at the top 7 performers in the SPX versus the bottom 493, those have been falling while the SPX, like the top 7 performers, are rising, right? And so we're just getting massively over concentrated. But the hope there is that if you push dispersion hard enough, new buyers, new fresh money will come in, except there is no money on the sidelines. There are no fresh buyers. Everyone's already on the rug, right? And I said earlier this week, and this is kind of important, the top is formed not when the first person sells, but when the last person is in, right? And that's really important. Keep thinking about that, because we really are stretched to a point where there's not much more leverage. There's not any money on the sidelines. Your average investor is already massively over leveraged into equities at the risk profile we haven't seen since the dot-com bubble. Everybody's very, very exposed, and yet and so there really is no one to pick up that slack. There's no one to come in and drive that breadth and that improvement that the market really needs to have continued additional healthy upside, right? And the only place to get that would be if money moves out of money markets, right? They stop taking that risk-free 5%, right? And they suddenly want to hop into equities and take on an earnings yield which is just running away with itself, right? So stuff to think about. Correlation between cash VIX and VIX futures contract in front is officially today at close the most positive it has been since our bounce in November from our 15% drop. And so we're undoubtedly starting to see more positive, statistically important positive correlation between VIX and VIX futures, right? Demand for vol is coming in. And you know, I mentioned a few weeks ago that we were likely to move into a higher volatility environment into the back half of 2024, and there's a bunch of reasons for that. One of them is the dispersion and the positioning and everyone being over leveraged, but we also have a lot of geopolitical risk in the back half of the year, and we also have elections, right? And so you know, elections are, they're not bullish, right? They're volatile. They're not bullish or bearish. They're a volatile event because they're an unknown factor, an unknown quantity, and people are going to hedge that risk, right? Especially people that are already massively over leveraged long equities, right? So I think we're starting to see a little bit of that. We'll see more, you know, as we advance into the election season. And you know, there is a reason that, you know, everyone talks about online, like, oh, it's an election year, major crashes can't happen in election years. But if you look back, the irony of that statement is that most major crashes happen in election years. Not only do they happen in election years, they happen frequently into the middle back half of that year. Now this is because twofold. One, because the incumbent is doing everything they feasibly can to ensure that the market doesn't crash, right? That's how you protect your position. So not only the incumbent executive branch, but the incumbent legislative branch as well, right? They're doing everything in their power to fight back against it, and sometimes unnecessarily, right? There have been times when there was no reason for them to push back against the economy, right? They just wanted the economy to look extra fucking good into the election, right? Which is kind of the situation we're in now. There's really no reason for them to do all this, right? We would have been fine at a lower growth rate with less government spending and a lower deficit. We didn't need to push this, right? We could have, you know, raised rates and let inflation moderate. And yeah, sure, people wouldn't have been happy about their buying power, but they would have been a lot happier about the money they're spending, right? And so, you know, now, so that's part of it, right? Is you have everyone trying to hold the market up and prop it up and do everything they feasibly can to keep, you know, ensure that stocks slowly go up, right? And that creates a ton of risk, as we see, you know, with dispersion, as we see with, you know, everyone being over leveraged into short vol. It creates a ton of downside risk because there's no tails. Everyone just assumes everything is safe and you can fucking sell the tails to the lowest bidder who gives a shit, right? The other factor is that, you know, elections are volatile and they increase demand for volatility, and so you've got this really weak short vol position, and you've got and they're staring down the barrel of everybody going, oh shit, we need to hedge this because we don't know which way it's going to go. And our elections, you know, over the last 10-20 years have been very tight, and you know, week to week the you know, direction of the polls can swing, and you know, especially this election, right? There's going to be quite a lot of volatility surrounding you know, the people's decision. I don't think anybody thinks it's a given that the incumbent is going to stay in office, and I don't think anybody thinks it's a given that, you know, Trump is going to lose, right? Both possibilities are very real, and both highlight very different risks, and people are going to want to hedge against that. And when you have a lot of short vol and everyone wants to go long vol, something's going to happen, right? Anyway, thank you guys so much. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. I hope everybody has a lovely night. I'll have Pickles picks out later. Bye.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no.